face and into his shoulder. So Paul is moving through here, and his head's at about this location, very close to this door, and then outside of the door where we finally found him. And it's in that location that from the other side, the shotgun comes down into his head. The other thing that I wanted to show in this photograph, and it should be noted that you see a shelf here on the right, that's a change from the original scene. Not that shelf is the same, the best I can determine, but they cut out the rest of it. So, it actually went down the whole length of that wall. There was a refrigerator on it and other objects. And if you look at the distance between the edge of that shelf, it's 4 inches or so. It's not possible that the shooter could have gotten in the room, and there's just not enough room for them to be on the left side of Paul. So they would have to be outside reaching in with the shotgun in order for that to happen, but in my attempt to do that, I was in the wrong location. And I think a couple critical things about that is, again, we do not know the length of the gun because we don't have it, so I don't know how long it is, but we can make a general assumption this would be pretty short. It would be probably longer than that, but because there was no observed, nobody talked about seeing any gunshot residue, even on the shoulder of Paul, then you've got to have, again, a minimum, and that area was fairly well exposed at 2 to 3 feet minimum where the barrel would have to be. So if the barrel was placed inside on the floor in an upward, again, so it's got to come across the shoulder, upward and out the back, it's this kind of a trajectory, you can't even have the shoulder until about 2 feet from there, and then the side of the head here, and Paul's head here. None of that creates a pattern consistent with anything that we see. Now, that would account for a lack of gunshot residue if that was true, but what it definitely would have changed is the pellets coming out of here now would have definitely begun to spread, and you would have seen pellets all across the side of his left side of his face, which you didn't. And then finally, if you look at this angle here, again, imagine door here, gun in this thing, then even if, and I think there's no evidence of it, but even if the shot could go through Paul's head and create an exit pathway, then that would project whatever pellets and bone matter that way. Whereas, if you move the shooter to the other side and we shoot into Paul downward this way, then all of this material comes back at the shooter, but also it's going this way into that upper corner, which is where we see the pellet defects and the heavy blood and the hair.
I was going to... Okay, you'll take a seat. That'd be great. Thank you. You can take that down, Doug. Mr. Palmbach, let's talk a little bit about the reconstruction of murder of Maggie Murdaugh. Did you assess the crime scene as it relates to her?
I did.
And what your observations?
Well, generally, there's a couple really key observations. One, all of her wounds were facing the direction of the shooter. So at all times during this, her shooting, she's facing the shooter. Now, she is moving, for sure. There is some degree of movement from where the initial shooting most likely occurred, which is, we can't give you an accurate estimation for that. We can give you a really good estimation where it ended, and that's where we find her. And I'll talk about which wounds were associated with that in a minute. But so you have her facing the attacker the entire time. At no point did she turn or blade or anything other than face him, and moved a little bit in the area, although not much. And then the shooter, based on the overall distribution of the shell casings, also moved, again, somewhat, moving toward where the ultimate location where we find Maggie.
I'm going to show you two photos. Defendants Exhibit 163 and 164, and ask if you relied upon those.
I did.
Your Honor, Defendants Exhibit 163 and 64 in evidence at this time without objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
If you don't mind pulling out 163, Doug. Thank you. And jury's seen this, but just give us an overview of what this is.
Well, so Maggie is underneath the blanket there, and she's in a face-down position there.
Just leave it like that. No.
Her head is more toward us, and her feet are pointing more toward, I think what's been identified as a doghouse.
Right.
You'll see placards in the foreground, 3 and 4, which are two of the blackout 300 casings. You'll see a placard 12, which is over on the grass, more in alignment. We're heading more toward Maggie's head area, and that was a large piece of what appears to be brain-like material. And while you can't see the numbering, there are additional placards to the left, immediately to the left side. Well, they're on Maggie's right side, but as we view the photograph, they're to the left of where she's currently located. So this just gives us some general orientation of approximate locations of the shooter, and certainly where at least the fatal shot to Maggie was taken.
All right. I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 149. And the other two, we'd move to those be under seal and 149 under seal. Is this, you rely upon this in reaching your conclusions?
I did.
Your Honor, we move, Exhibit 194, not 149. 194 in the evidence under seal at this time.
No objection.
Submitted.
And if you don't mind pulling up, Doug, well, before I do that, let's go to 164, and which is a closer up area around the side by side, as they call it. What's the significance of this photo?
Again, I think this is an area in which Maggie passed by during this incident. It's also an area that's being highlighted now where what appears to be her a damaged loop bearing, which is consistent in shape and design and structure to the one that's still in her right ear. This one would have come out of her left ear at the time of that impact, a shot to her left ear, and more or less just been blown over destruction.
And the jury that has seen the autopsy photo of the injury to her left ear, is this do you believe this earring is a byproduct of that injury?
I do.
Okay. And then just briefly, I'm going to pull up 194 and ask if you can just generally, I think you were hair on her body. What significance is that? And if you'll blow up her legs,
right?
Doug, please.
So when you find a body, you always have to wonder: is that really the position that the body remained in, or through medical, maybe the defendant did, or the accused or the shooter did something to the body. More likely, in a medical evaluation, they did something to it. We always just want to know: are we looking at it in the right orientation? Did somebody flip it over and whatnot? And so I think it was valuable in this case to have seen that injury in the back of her head, the massive amount of hair that came off of that. And then if you look close up on the back of her legs, you'll see just dozens and dozens of hairs laying on top of her legs, which would be a good indicator that she didn't get moved. We can count on this being the final position, unaltered position of Maggie.
Doug, can you go back to 163? Oh, you mentioned a marker 12 a moment ago in 163, and again, what do you understand 12 to be?
It's physiological material. I mean, it looks structurally like brain material, but it's tissue.
In your opinion, would the shooter of Maggie have any blood spatter, blood, biological material on him or her?
I think it's possible. I think it's possible because, as we're seeing here, that you have a projection of brain material backwards toward the direction of where the shooter would have been located. We also have a couple of the shots, the left thigh shot and the abdomen shot, which have been identified as having stippling around them. By virtue of being stippling, that does make it an intermediate distance, and that's going to move the shooter in anywhere from, I would agree, I think Dr. Einstein said a foot to 3 feet is probably a good approximation.
Okay. Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not whether there was one or two shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
I do have an opinion on that.
And what's your opinion?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
And please explain the basis of your opinion.
Okay. So we'll go back to Paul. In Paul's scenario, we know where the shooter of the shotgun had to be, and that would have been orientated really directly over Paul's head. And we also got a chance to see what was the effect of this dynamic explosion in the contact. And you can see outside and even in throughout the feet area in multiple and many large pieces of skull. We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all the way up onto the ceiling and the door. You see hair all the way up into the door, and of course you see blood literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets. Some of the pellets are on that same pathway, and they had enough inertia to either or dent the door and put themselves up and stick into the casing. All of that activity was in direct alignment with the shooter. And so I think minimally, that shooter is getting covered with this material, getting more or less the shock wave of that effect, and more than likely getting hit with at least something that could have done injury, a bone fragment and or a pellet fragment. Therefore, I think that particular shooter, for a brief period of time, is kind of out of this. It's not as if they could instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period engage in a meaningful assault, an effective assault, able to shoot straight and make hits. So that, I think, is one of the major indicators of concern. I think the other things to consider is that all of this is very temporal. It's very close. I know when I looked at the photographs versus being there, I'm like, it is much closer together than it looks like in the photo. So it is happening very close. With Paul, as I articulated, I believe he was shot first. I believe he had no idea it was coming. And he took the shot to the chest and very soon thereafter the one in the back of his head. Anybody in the near proximity to that, if Maggie had been anywhere in that area walking around down there, she would have heard that. And her response would have been in the direction of the shooter or the activity, or run, or do something different. So I think that the temporal location suggests that these things more probable than not happen fairly quickly, and that the individual who shot first with the shotgun minimally was stunned, probably blood and material in his eyes, and maybe have been injured, and would have taken some degree of time to recover. And lastly, I think there is just more or less anybody who deals with firearms, a logical argument here. Why would one shooter bring two long rifles, two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of them. So you either got to put one down, use one, and then swap out and grab the other one, or I suppose you could have one on a sling, but that's quite awkward, and it's slipping around and it's banging around in an environment we know is very, very tight. Finally, if one of the weapons is the Blackout 300, well, that comes with a high magazine capacity. My research of that showed that the Palmetto State Armory upper which we don't know. We have no idea what gun this is because it hasn't been identified. But if the state, I think, has alluded to that, if that's the case, then a weapon that had that Palmetto State Armory in a 300 blackout, a person could purchase a 10-round capacity clip, a 20-round capacity clip, or a 30-round capacity clip. Where I live in Connecticut, we are really restrictive on what kind of weapons we can have and what kind of clips we could have. We'd have to, even if we could have an AR, which is very restrictive, we'd have to get a 10-round clip. Other than that, it wouldn't make sense for anybody to buy a 10-round clip when you could buy a 20 or 30. But having said that, if it was a 10-round clip, there were only 8 shots fired. You still had 2 more to go, and you could have more than not easily reloaded. So to me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have 2 long arms and no practical reason for that to happen. Add that to what I believe happened to the shooter who fired first with the shotgun, and I think it tips in favor of the probability of 2 shooters.
Mr. Palmbach, the person who shot Paul, was he or she standing in the feed room at least 1 foot?
Yes.
Was there an opportunity to do a footprint analysis to illuminate more clearly the existence of footprints there?
For sure. I mean, all of us, I mean, several. I can speak for myself, and I believe others have opined about this, including some of the analysts in the case. There are what appear to be partial footprints in blood in the feed room and on the cement around it. And while I'm not a footwear pattern expert, I can generally recognize what appears to be footwear or partial footwear impressions. I would agree with that. But in order to go beyond it's a general pattern to something more specific, that generally what you do, and I've done this countless and countless times, is you spray enhancement reagents on them. And you spray a reagent, we generally call them blood pattern enhancement reagent, or you could even use a straight protein spray. Amidio black would be an example of one of those. And by spraying those reagents in the area, it reacts with the presence of blood or proteins, and it brings up the transformation. It gives you a lot more clarity, a lot more detail, and you can tell an awful lot more about a particular footwear pattern. Absolutely should have been done in this case. And I also believe, second to that, you had a lot of dirt in the immediate area that should have had at least partial footwear impressions, and I saw no indication of any attempt to either look for it, photograph it, properly photograph it, or analyze it.
And thank you. One moment, Your Honor. And Mr. Palmbach, did you see any fingerprint analysis or attempts to obtain fingerprints from the feed room area?
I did not.
Okay. Could you have used reagents like you described to enhance fingerprints, or is that a whole different methodology?
Well, if you thought that the fingerprints could contain blood, which maybe they easily could have, then yes, you could also use those reagents to enhance partially or fully bloody fingerprints. But I think you could also use basic fingerprint processing techniques on the door and any surface in the area. Since we know this is a very confined area and the shooter has to be in that general area, and the possibility of touching something is there. I mean, I think it would have been wise to look for that.
Thank you. That's all I have. Please answer any questions the state may have.
By the state.
Dr. Palmbach?
No, ma'am.
This is Mr.
I'm not a
Palmbach?
doctor.
I want to get it right. Now, you said you were hired by the defense to investigate and come up with your own conclusions here. And you just got the chance to go out to Moselle, was it last Friday?
That's correct.
And so between last Friday and today, you've had the chance to determine all of these things you've testified about.
No. Before I arrived here, everything else was predetermined, and I had done all the work in the analysis. What I didn't know or didn't perceive was these 2 pellets and the fact that the energy was able to project 2 pellets upward. That was the only new information to me.
And you form your opinion by reviewing reports and things that were provided to you by the defense.
Correct.
Do you know if you reviewed the entire case file?
No, I wouldn't know that.
You just reviewed materials that were provided to you.
Correct.
Did you prepare any kind of report?
I did not.
You did not.
Correct.
But you did review reports made by Dr. Kenny Kinsey and a pathologist and other witnesses for the state.
I did.
All right, let's talk about the feed room a little bit. You testified a lot about that. Now, you said the shooter stepped in the feed room, could have stepped in the feed room to shoot Paul in the back of the head.
Correct.
And when he would have shot Paul, he would have been covered in blood.
As a result of the backspatter from the headshot, yes.
Covered in blood.
Yes.
And in the picture of the feed room, were there any other bloody footprints clearly apparent?
Any other?
Yes.
Other than what?
Other than Paul's footprints.
Well, all I've seen is partial footprints that have been observed in the feed room. I've yet to read a report that said conclusively they were Paul's.
I'm going to show you tapes 27. And there has been testimony that those footprints we're looking at do belong to Paul Murdaugh. Were there any other clearly visible footprints that you can see in that picture from a bloody shooter?
So first of all, and again, I am not a footwear examiner, so I'm not going to make a determination about whether or not it definitively is Paul Murdaugh's shoe. All of the reports I've read generated by the state, the ones that I've seen, would say that they didn't exclude it, but that also does not mean that it's Paul's. Now, I'm not disagreeing that it doesn't maybe have some characteristics in similar, but I don't know that they're even at a point where that has been fully identified as Paul's.
So you haven't seen the report that identified those as Paul's footprints?
Definitively identified as Paul's? No, I did not.
You only saw the reports the defense wanted you to see?
I got the reports that were supplied to me, yes.
Now about the damage to the door, we saw this picture where there's blood in the corner of the door frame. And that was the defense's exhibit. Defense exhibit 165. And I think we were emphasizing the blood in the right corner, the bottom of the door frame there.
Yes.
Were there any defects from pellets in the door frame down there?
Not that I saw.
There's defects from the top of the door, right?
That is correct.
And you referred to Paul being shot in the back of the head, kind of like an explosion.
Correct.
And I'm not a physicist or anything here, but when you fire a shotgun, things are going in a direction that the gun is fired, right?
Correct.
So there wouldn't be just like a boom explosion like from a bomb when you fire a shotgun.
Actually, that's more exactly what it would be like, yes.
So you're saying a shotgun, when you fire it, the impact is all around like a bomb instead of in the direction the gun is fired?
Only when you confine it. And again, and that's why it makes the classical determination of a contact wound in something like the cranium. It's not, you shoot a person anywhere else, you will not trap the gaseous material and allow the pressure to build up within eventually, yeah, it does look like a bomb going off. That only happens in the cranial walls.
So if there was an explosion of this type, wouldn't Paul's whole head be blown off?
I'd say the fact that his entire brain came out and a large portion of his skull is missing, that's pretty dynamic. I don't know how much more you want.
But his brain wasn't destroyed, was it?
There were pieces of his brain throughout the room, and including out on the ground.
Most of his brain was intact, right?
The majority of the structure was physically together, but whether it was injured is absolutely not for me to decide. It's a pathologist that needs to do that.
I believe you testified that his brain was a mass on the ground.
Yes.
And his face wasn't destroyed either from this explosion, was it?
No, because, again, the energy source is going to find the easiest egress, and that is where the entrance hole came. So that's why none of that explosive value did not go down with the shot, which is the kind of the logical inference that all should come this way, or his left. But in this capacity, because this is in this seal vault, this is this large hole there, then you get kind of a shift, and all of this now starts pushing back that way, following the exit point out the entrance hole.
And you're talking about pushing up, but the shooter was firing down?
The explosive release of the gas trapped in the cranial will push back upward in the direction of where the barrel was. Absolutely, some of the projectile and energy has gone through the brain, exited the left side of the face, and into the shoulder, and created exactly that pattern that you were pointing to a minute ago on the door jam.
So all these pellets that were being pushed downward when they were shot, we don't have any defects downward, just upward.
Correct.
Okay.
Anything further? You may step down.
Thank you very much.
We will break for lunch now till 2:45. Till 2:45. Jury is excused. At 2:45, do you have another witness?
One more.
All right. We'll be in recess till 2:45.
be seated.
You'll bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Very good, thank you. Madam Floor Lady, how is the jury?
They're doing okay.
Very good, thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls John Marvin Murdaugh.
You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the stand. Just that microphone.
John Marvin Murdaugh, M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H.
Mr. Murdaugh, will you tell the jury just briefly some background information? Where are you from? What do you do?
Yes, sir. So I was born in Columbia, grew up in Hampton, attended public schools from first grade through high school, graduated Wade Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina, got a degree in criminal justice, and I'm now self-employed. I've opened some companies in the heavy equipment business.
What's the name of your company?
Well, the main company is Murdaugh Rental Center, but I've got Murdaugh Kubota, Murdaugh Equipment LLC. So generally speaking, I'm in the construction equipment, agricultural tractors and implements. I'm in the equipment business.
And do you have offices? Locations? Multiple locations?
I have two, one in Hampton and one in Okatee, Bluffton area.
Are you related to the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am. I'm his brother.
Do you have any other brothers?
I do. Randy Murdaugh is my brother.
And do you have a sister?
I do. Lynn.
All right.
Both are here.
And and your parents are whom?
Randolph and Libby Murdaugh.
Are you the only son of the three that didn't go to law school?
I am, and I'm quite proud of it.
Tell the jury generally about the Murdaugh family, your family in this area.
Well, obviously we're probably like most families or a lot of families. We're very close. The siblings, we stay in touch. We do holidays together. You try to interact and keep your family core together. I mean, we're just, you know, a normal family doing normal family things.
Right. Your parents, and we've heard about your father, Randolph Murdaugh, who died on June the 10th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then your mother's Miss Libby,
She is.
and she's still alive, correct?
She is. In fact, yesterday was her birthday.
And you went by to see her, I understand.
I did. With my kids.
The in the spring 2021, were they both alive? Was your dad alive?
Yes, sir.
And what was his health in the spring of 2021?
Well, for some, he had been battling cancer, and not just cancer. I'll use that term loosely. He had multiple forms of cancer, but he had been battling cancer, had health issues. He had been through heart surgeries. Just overall, his health was not good. You know, just in and out of hospitals. Just
Right.
age and the diseases were catching up to him.
And would you check in on your mom and dad any chance you got?
I would. So I didn't tell you all this, but so I don't live in Hampton. My wife and family and we live down in Beaufort, or just outside of Beaufort. And so my drive is about an hour's drive to do it. So I didn't visit as often as Randy and Alec because they were in Hampton. But absolutely, anytime I had the opportunity to work in Hampton at my office, I would always take time to stop by. And then sometimes I would just wanted to go see my mom.
And was it routine for one? So either your brothers who lived in Hampton to stop by and check on them routinely?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I don't know every time they went because I wasn't there, but I feel confident that they visited more just because of the proximity. It's just an easier visit.
So let's talk about proximity. Your brother Randy, where does he live?
He lives in Hampton, in town.
And then your sister Lynn, where does she live?
She lives in Somerville.
Okay. And then Alec, where did he live in spring of 2021?
Well, I think in the spring of 21 he was living in Moselle. I think all of them were.
Okay. And is Moselle close to Almeda?
Well, it's further than Randy's house, but much closer than mine.
Right. And is that in your mother's house? I'm saying Almeda, but is Almeda a town? Or what
No,
is
Almeda's correct. That's the location. That's the property name, if you will, the intersection name. I think that's a general.
And just tell Jerry where that's located.
It would be just east of Varnville, maybe 2 or 3 miles outside of the town limits.
Is it basically at the intersection of I don't know what's that mean?
Intersection of 278 and Highway 68 that would go to, one goes to Ridgeland and one goes to Yemassee.
Okay. And would Alec visit your mom and dad frequently in the spring of 2021, your knowledge?
Oh, absolutely.
And we'll get to more of that. I want to talk about Paul. How well did you know Paul?
I knew Paul very well. Excuse me, I'm going to have a hard time talking about Paul because we had a very special relationship. But I knew him very well. And I'll do my best to answer any questions about him.
Well, did he have a nickname?
He did. They called him Little Rooster.
And did they call him anything else?
Well, I mean, he'd been called Little Rooster, had been called, as you heard, Paw Paw. I mean, that's what my family, my kids called him.
What did you call him?
Well, it depends on where we were and what we were doing. When we were, when we were doing something fun in a social event, I would refer to him as Paw Paw. Now, y'all haven't heard this yet, but he worked for me. So when he worked for me, it was Paul, or it was Paul Terry, because I was trying to be, a little more authoritative.
Right. Who else called him Paw Paw?
Most of all the family. And that's not, that's not a name that was said at all times, but when we're having fun, kids would say it, my wife would say it. It was just a name that was used in fun times and in normal times.
And you mentioned Paul worked for you. When did he work for you?
That's, I thought you were going to ask that, and unfortunately I don't know. He's worked for me maybe prior to June of 21. He was working then. I think he worked the 2 summers prior to that. And it was just summer work. I mean, it would only last a month or so, a month and a half.
And was he working for you in June of 2021?
He was.
And what was he doing for you?
Anything I asked him to do.
Where was he working?
He was working at my Bluffton Okeechobee store. He would do anything from power wash equipment or deliver new tractors that were being sold, talk to customers, help customers load and unload rental equipment. He did, as you heard someone testify, that boy would work. And so whatever was asked of him, he would do.
Was he on the phone the whole time, or did he actually work?
Not at work, he was not. Well, not while I was there.
Oh, right. Was he a good worker?
He was an excellent worker.
Did you spend time with Paul? Let me back up. Do you have a place where you hunt? You have a property?
I do.
Do you have a name for that property?
We call it Greenfield.
And would Paul and Buster come out to Greenfield to hunt?
They would.
Would
Absolutely.
Let me just back up. What was the relationship between Alec, Paul, and Buster?
Oh, it was a great relationship. Anything that the boys were doing, Alec wanted to do, and the boys always came first to him. And some of y'all may have been on dove hunts before, but I have a very small field, and I've got 10 stands in the field, and before the hunt I have it organized where I know who's sitting where. Well, I have Alec. He says, "Well, can the boys come?" Well, of course they can come. So now I've got to rearrange for that. Or if they said they were coming and the boys backed out, Alec always backed out. I was thinking about this. To this day, I don't believe he has ever come hunting with me since his boys have been old enough to hunt without his boys. It's always with the boys.
Did he do other things with them?
Yeah, did sporting events, football games, baseball games.
Was he close with his sons?
Very close.
Right. And how about Maggie? What did you observe of his relationship with Maggie?
It was a great relationship. I mean, all marriages, I'm sure, have hiccups here and there, but I'm telling you, it was a good marriage. In coming here, I was trying to think of ways to describe it. My wife and I and Alec and Maggie, we went to a concert together. It was the Darius Rucker concert. And, of course, we're sitting in there. Alec and Maggie are sitting just below us. And I had just gone, and I hope I can say this in court, I had just gone and bought one of those $15 beers. And I was back in my seat, and song's playing, and my wife taps me, and Alec and Maggie are holding hands and swaying together. And she was like, "Why aren't you holding my hand?" And so my $15 beer got put down. They had a great relationship. I mean, that's just one of many. Football games, they would put out a tailgate spread. They would welcome the kids, family, friends. It was just a wonderful.
And did they do a lot of family things together with Paul and Buster and Paul and Buster's friends?
Yes, they did. I knew of trips that they would take, family trips, vacations. They had a house at Edisto that y'all have heard about, and they would have, they would always have friends come over, particularly the boys' friends.
There's been some discussion during this case during this trial about Paul leaving guns and stuff around. Did you ever experience that?
I did.
And tell the jury a little bit about your experience.
Well, you know, I've heard the testimony about it, and it's accurate. I mean, I could tell you all 100 stories of him leaving things, but he was notorious. He would come stay with us at our house. He would leave. Liz would have all of his clothes washed, and you know, he just left and didn't care about where his clothes were. In fact, Paul came duck hunting with me one time, and at Greenfield. And I smile fondly on this when I, think back on all this. So we had a great duck hunt. I think there were 3 of us in the blind. Great duck hunt. We picked up all the birds, decoys, and we left. And we go back up and have a nice breakfast. Doing all the post hunt, all the fun things that you do. Well, I went back hunting. I don't know. It was probably a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks later, and his hunting gear is still in the blind. I mean. I had to smile when I saw it. I was like, that's Paul.
Right. I want to ask you a little bit about riding property. I mean, you ride your property down at Greenfield?
I do.
And have you
riding in
what, like checking on the property?
Oh, you mean like just riding around joyriding or checking feeders or?
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And do you always carry a gun when you're doing that?
I don't.
And have you ridden property like at your dad's place with your dad and maybe Alec or others? I mean, is that a frequent occurrence?
I would say almost never when I rode the property with my dad.
Almost never carry a gun?
Almost never would we carry a gun. We would just joyride. Now, if it were late in the afternoon and we were considering maybe getting in a deer stand, at the last minute, possibly, but typically with my dad and us, we didn't carry a gun then.
Right. Speaking of your dad, what was you recall what was going on with his health the weekend, the Saturday, Sunday before June the 7th? So I guess would start Friday would be the 4th, Saturday would be the 5th, Sunday would be the 6th.
Right. So he was actually in the hospital, I believe, in Columbia that weekend, and I think he got out of the hospital on Sunday.
Okay, and did you pick him up? Your brother picked him up? You know who picked him up?
I did not. I didn't. I may have been out of town. I can't recall. I've heard the testimony about it. I did not pick him up. Did you end up taking your father to the doctor on that Monday, June the 7th? I did.
And where did you take him?
I took him to Savannah.
And
to his, what I would call his normal doctor.
Okay.
I think Columbia was maybe he had to go up there for some different things or another. I'm not sure.
And was he having some breathing issues on
He was having
Monday?
major breathing issues.
And when you went to the doctor on Monday, June the 7th, was there a decision made to admit him to the hospital?
It was. So when I took him, we were only going to a doctor's appointment. We were not going to the hospital. It was just me taking him to a doctor's appointment to try to find out what the breathing issues were, maybe some type of a treatment or medication or something to help him. While we were there, not as soon as the doctor saw him, but when the doctor saw him and went through some things, he immediately told both of us that he had to be in the hospital, that he was not getting the oxygen that he needed.
And when was he admitted on that Monday?
He was.
And what was, as you understood it, the prognosis when he was put back in the hospital on Monday the 7th? On
Monday the 7th, yes. So my understanding was the doctor that we were seeing, or that he was seeing, had some really strong beliefs that the cancer that he had was not causing the breathing obstructions, that it very likely could be pneumonia. And he told us, he said, if it's the cancer, that's the worst, but if it's pneumonia like I think it is, I think we've got some treatment options.
So what was there hope on June the 7th?
Absolutely. When he told me that, I mean, well, first of all, when he said he had to go into hospital, it scared me. You know, obviously it scares you when a doctor tells you immediately have to check in. But yes, him explaining that he was optimistic that it was going to be pneumonia and that there would be a breathing treatment to help it, I felt pretty good.
Now, in evidence, and I'm not going to read it again, but did you and your brother send out text messages to family members giving them an update?
We did.
And that was on the 7th?
That was on the 7th.
And in the update, did you explain the doctor believed it was pneumonia?
Yes, I gave a basic summary of what I was told by the doctor, what I believed it to be. I think Randy and I had a few minutes to talk, and he typed up another email just to make sure that everybody was in the loop.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, not an email, a text message.
Text message.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And did the diagnosis and the prognosis subsequently change on your dad?
It did.
Now,
It did.
When was that?
Well, so on Tuesday afternoon, we're back out at we're back at Moselle, and you know, we still hadn't heard much. I mean, all this other stuff going on, it just, as you can imagine, it's so much going on. Randy called me and told me they had done everything that they could do, and that he would be coming home in an ambulance under hospice care.
And did he die on June the 10th?
He died, I think, 2 days later.
Take your time.
That's all right. That's all right.
Going back to taking your dad to the doctor and then checking him in the hospital, there's some vehicles being switched around a little bit, and we'll get to, you know, that. But can you explain to the jury how all that transportation went to get to your dad to the hospital? Well, doctor.
You're talking about on that Monday for me to get him?
On June, June the 7th.
It's a little bit complicated, but I'll do my best to explain it. So, Randy, on Monday morning, Dad had been in the hospital Sunday, got out Sunday, knew that he needed to be seen by his regular doctor, but did not have an appointment. And so Randy was doing everything he could to get him in as early as he could on that Monday, and just asked me, he says, if I get the appointment, can you take him? And I said, absolutely, I'd be delighted to. A little while later, an hour or two, I don't know, it was still that morning, Randy calls me and says, okay, they have an opening for him, but he has to get there right away. So Hampton is, an hour and a half from Savannah, hour and a half. He said, you don't have time to drive to Hampton to get him. I will meet you in Ridgeland, about halfway, which is not far from my house. And then you just take him, and I'll go back. He had some time-sensitive things to work on. So we met at Palmetto Co-op in Ridgeland. I got in my mom's car with my dad. Randy got in my truck and drove it back to Alameda, where Randy had come to pick up my dad. So Randy's truck's back at Mom and Dad's house. So I drive Dad to Savannah in my mom's car, go through what we just talked about, the doctor's appointment, getting checked in. And back then COVID was still going on, and there were several restrictions. They wouldn't let me go back with my dad at that time. So I was going to be driving home, and now I'm stuck in my mom's car. So I knew Paul was working, and I guess it was around 5 or so, and that's when we closed. I called Paul and said, Paul, listen, I need you to, if you would, drive my mom's car back to Alameda, pick up my truck and bring it to work the next morning. And then just leave he was driving a farm truck that day. I said, leave it and I'll drive it, and we'll just swap back the next morning. And so that's how our cars got swapped.
All right, so when you got back on the evening of the 7th, did you see Paul?
I did,
And where did you see him?
at my house.
And he got into your mom's
Got into my
sedan
mom's car,
and drove
right,
to Alameda.
and drove it to Alameda, and then got in my truck and drove it to Moselle.
Okay. And you said the farm truck was at your house. Do you remember where Paul's truck was?
Paul's normal truck was in the shop, being
That-
worked on.
Was that Jimmy Butler's?
It was a shop in Varnville, Jimmy Butler's, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, when you last saw Paul, was he just as normal as you see him every day, or was
Oh, absolutely. He was playing with my kids in the yard, waiting on me to get there. In fact, that particular day, he was pretty dirty. So whatever he had been doing back at work had him pretty dirty. But he was playing with the kids in the yard, being Paul.
that the last time you saw him?
That is the last time I saw him.
When did you learn that, and how did you learn that Maggie and Paul were murdered on the night of June the 7th?
Well, Alec called me, and Liz and I, we have 3 younger kids. I mean, our youngest is 8 now, so it would have been 6 at the time, and so we don't have a lot of free time to ourselves. But that night we were watching television,
Well, let me back up. Had Alec called you earlier in the night when he was on his way to
oh yes sir,
his mom's?
yes sir.
And that we got phone records of that. What do you recall of that conversation?
He called, just checking on me. Just said, I saw the news about Dad. Things look good. It was a brief conversation, and I hate to say it, but I kind of said, "Listen, man, Liz and I finally have a few minutes. Can we talk tomorrow? We're watching a movie."
And what was his demeanor when you spoke with him on the evening of the 7th?
Same as always, just normal.
And then later on that night, you got another phone call from him?
And I got when you asked the question, how did I learn? That's,
Yeah.
yes, Alec called me and just absolutely hysterical. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew something bad was going on. Didn't know what. I'm in my pajamas. He said, something bad is really happening. I don't know what his exact words, but I think he said, Maggie and Paul have been hurt really badly. Please get here as fast as you can. And, I drop what I'm doing and I go get dressed and I'm hurrying. I'm, just so many things are going through your mind. You don't know what to do. So I get dressed and I run outside and realize I don't have a car. Paul's car's out there and it is a hunk of junk. And I mean, and
This was the farm truck.
this was a farm truck, and so I knew I couldn't take my wife's car because she was taking the kids to school. And at this point, I knew something bad. I just didn't know how bad it was.
And so did you then get in the farm truck and head to Moselle?
I did.
And what happened along the way?
Well, so along the way, I'd spoken to Randy. He asked me to try to get in touch with a close family friend and one of their law partners, Danny Henderson. I was just constantly trying to call him. I'm driving fast. I'm trying to get to Moselle. And, once I got Danny and told him that he needed to get up there, I had just a few minutes to myself, and I was crying. And somebody called me shortly after that. I don't know who it was. I can't remember, but I remember it was either Alec or Randy, I believe. And they said the sheets were being pulled over them.
Did the farm truck break down?
It did.
How'd you end up getting to Moselle?
Well, so let me back up and tell you. So the route that from my house down in Okatee, Beaufort, takes me to Coosawhatchee, and I get on 95 to go to Yemassee and getting off and coming up that way. Well, another close family friend, his name is Greg Alexander. He is the chief of police in Yemassee. I reach out to him and I just say, Greg, I gave him said something bad had happened. Or again, I don't know when I was told about the sheets, but I told him, I said, listen, something bad's happened. We got to get up there. When I get to Yemassee, can you please help make sure I get to Moselle? Because this truck's sputtering, and I knew it wasn't good. And he met me at Yemassee, and he fell in behind me, and we started driving until he finally passed me in Varnville. Well, go ahead.
And did he end up driving you the rest of the way?
Well, he did. So he passed me shortly before Varnville. He took a right on 63, and he was a little ways ahead of me when the truck quit on me. I called him and said, Greg, I said, come back and get me. The truck has broken down. And of course, he picked me up and took me straight on to Moselle.
Were there any guns in the farm truck that Paul had left when you got in it?
I have no idea. It was dark when I got in it. As y'all can imagine, I was frantic. I jumped in it and I took off.
Did you ever see any guns in it?
That night, never. I mean, I didn't look. I mean, it just, I wasn't looking in the back seat. I wasn't worried about anything except getting to Moselle.
Okay. Do you remember about the time you got to Moselle? What time was it, roughly? Or better yet, who was there when you got there?
Well, there were. I mean, well before I got to Moselle, or we got to Moselle, you could see the lights flashing. It was just, there were tons of people. Mostly what I would describe is first responders of some sort.
And when you pulled up, where did you go?
So we came in the main gate and came around, and they had created a small crime scene. And when we pulled up, I saw Alec, and I think before Greg even stopped the car, I jumped out and ran to him.
And what was his condition, Alex?
Oh, he was just broken. I mean, distraught. I mean, everybody was. There were a few other people there, but he just, all we did is hugged and cried. I mean, I don't even know that we talked.
How long did you stay down adjacent to the crime scene? Do you recall?
Quite some time. I have to assume that I probably was there at the 11 o'clock-ish. I don't know what time I got there, but I don't think we went back up to the house, until well after midnight, maybe 2, 3.
And when you went to the house, do you recall if any SLED agents came up there?
Well, I did not see any. I heard some testimony. Some came and got some clothes, but I did not see any SLED agents at the house. The last officer that I remember seeing that night, or officers, were the ones that told us that we needed to leave that area, that they were going to be doing stuff with the bodies, and that we needed to go to the house.
Right. When you went into the house, were there other people in there when you got in?
There were. Most people that I knew. Some of Alex's partners, Randy's partners, family members, Lynn.
Was there food out or had food? What was it? Had anything?
Well, I didn't see any food, but I saw pots and pans, and I saw folks that were cleaning up. They were removing pots and pans, but I never opened it and looked in it, so I presumed that it was food. They cleaned dishes. They put the pots and pans away or in the refrigerator.
Was a TV on in the house? Do you remember?
Based on what I know, I would say it is, but I can't tell you 100% that it was on. But I'd be willing to bet it was.
What do you mean when you say based on what you know?
Well, I don't think I'd ever been in that house without the TV being on if Alec and Maggie were there.
After did you ultimately go to Alameda that evening with Alec, Buster, and his girlfriend Brooklyn?
We did.
Do you remember what Alec was wearing when he went to Alameda?
Not precise. I mean, I can't. He was wearing shorts and a T-shirt. I can't tell you details, but it was shorts and a T-shirt. Like relaxed shorts.
Do you know whether he had a shower or not?
It appeared he had. I mean, his hair was not. I didn't see him in the shower, but I can tell you, I think he had a shower.
I understand. So then let's move forward to the morning of the June the 8th. I guess, did you get any sleep the night of June the 7th?
Very little. I don't know that I fell asleep. I've certainly laid in the bed. It just, as you can imagine, just the thoughts and things. I don't know if I slept. When I got up and started moving the next day, I certainly didn't feel like I'd slept.
What did you do the next day when you got up?
You talking about precisely or generally?
Just generally.
I got up and Alec was up. I don't think Buster and Buckland were. I told Alec that I was going over to Greenfield. My farm that I told you all about is 2 or 3 miles away, so it's very close. And I have all, plenty of clothes over there. So I told him I was going over there to shower and put on fresh clothes, and that I would meet him at Moselle.
And did you go to Moselle?
I did after I left Greenfield. Yes, sir.
And do you remember who was there when you got to Moselle?
I was the first one there.
And what'd you do?
I just went and stayed there until I knew Buster, Brooklyn, and Alec were coming. I suspected that other family members and partners, I knew others were coming, so I just kind of sat there just in disbelief still. It's just, moments of just...
Was the door to the house unlocked? Do you remember?
That's a good question. I thought about it. I don't remember.
Right.
It either was unlocked or I had the code, because there's a keypad on a side door, but I can't tell you which door I went in. I don't know.
Did you eventually go down to the kennels?
I did. Once everyone got there, there was a fair amount of activity in the house with family and law partners, Alec's law partners, Randy's law partners. I just felt like I needed to go down. I needed to see for myself what had gone on and just kind of take it in. I mean, just maybe for some type of understanding.
How long did you stay down there at the kennels?
Well, I can't. I don't know. But I will say this: before I went, I was unsure whether I was allowed to go, because I knew it was a crime scene, and so I reached out to a friend of mine in law enforcement, and said, "Listen, I don't know who's handling the crime scene. I don't know whatever." He said, "Well, I'll find out and make sure that it's clear for you to go." And he said, "Don't go until I tell you." And he called me back a few minutes later and said he had spoken to I believe it was Captain Ryan Neal, and had given the okay that everything was released and it was okay to go there.
And was it cleaned up?
No, Jim, it was not cleaned up.
Were there skull fragments?
Yeah, so excuse me, this is going to be really difficult. So I could easily see where Maggie had been. I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who, and so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and they had covered it up with dirt, so there really was nothing to see where Maggie was. I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the descriptions. Y'all saw it. I've never seen pictures, and I've told them before coming to this court that I was not going to see pictures. But y'all can imagine what I experienced. It had not been cleaned up. I saw blood. I saw brains. I saw pieces of skull. And when I say brains, it could just be tissue. I don't know what I was seeing. It was terrible. And for some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul to clean it up. I felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt like I owed him, and I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day. I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I could, and I would have moments where I would stop crying for a moment, and just just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy, and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing, and he immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there. And I couldn't stop. I had to do it for Paul. That's just what I had to do. And I don't know, it's probably 15, 20 minutes later. Mark Ball shows up. Y'all heard Mark Ball testify. And he came and hugged me and told me it was okay to leave. Okay to leave what was left of Paul. They would clean it up. It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
Yes, sir. What'd you do next?
Mark basically got me. I'm sure I was just a basket case, but he got me back to the house and, got me back around family and, just got back to, the support of others that were there. And there were a lot of people at the house at that point.
Do you remember when you got back to the house, at some point in time, people raising questions or bringing up the fact that Maggie's phone had not been located?
Yeah, so that was, particular the lawyers, they were all, being lawyers, they were, questioning things amongst themselves and, how could this happen, trying to figure things out. But it was brought to my attention that Maggie's phone was not there and that law enforcement had not found it. And I can't say that, in fact, I can probably say that I didn't think of it because I'm not a big phone user or a big app user or whatnot. But somebody brought to my attention and says, listen, if Buster or Alec, if they have an app on their phone, like Find My Phone or Find My Friends or an app like that, they said you very likely can find out where the phone is if the battery's not dead. And so I went to Buster and sure enough, I said, Buster, do you have this one of these apps like they're talking about? And he said, yeah, sure I do. I said, well, open it up. He opened it up and he handed me the phone, and I see Maggie's name, and I press it where to activate it, and it pings Maggie's phone just out front of the property. And I was like, I hate to say it, but I said, holy shit, there it is. And I said, Buster, I'm taking your phone. I'm gonna go back down to the shed and show it to law enforcement.
And who did you approach first about the phone?
Well, I don't know who it was. Presumably it was SLED agents, because keep in mind, I didn't know any of these guys with SLED. I mean, there were a couple of faces that I'd seen before, but I don't know these guys. I've come to know them, but I don't know them or didn't know them then. So I went up to a SLED agent or two SLED agents and said, presumably SLED agents, and said, hey, I've got Buster's phone here, and it's got an app on it that can find the phone, and it's showing Maggie's phone's right out here. Let's go get it. And he said, no need. We have technology coming later today that we should be able to find it. And it blew me away that I'm sitting here showing them where Maggie's phone is, but they won't take the time to walk with me or take this phone itself. I mean, I'd give them the phone to go find it. So I walk over. I knew Duffy Stone. He was the solicitor. I knew one of his investigators. I walked over to them, said the exact same thing, and they immediately said, absolutely, let's go find this thing before the battery goes dead.
And what happened?
That we did that. Well, we started walking down the back entrance, or the kennel entrance, if you will. And as we were, and at that time, the agent was holding the phone. I'm looking at it with him. And when it pings, it creates a dot or a location, and that dot jumped from right at the end of that road down the road, I don't know, maybe a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. And so we walked back, got into a car, and drove down to where it was showing the phone.
And was the phone?
And I rode with those agents, the solicitor's office agents.
Was the phone ultimately located on the side of the road?
Absolutely. We found it in a matter of minutes.
Okay. Do you remember how it was collected? I mean, were you present when it was collected?
I was. So I was on. There's a cow pasture on one side and it's wooded on the other side, and I was on the side the cow pasture's on, if you will. And I heard him say, "I got it." And so, of course, I walked back beside his car, and I'm good ways from it, but I see him over there, and I think he took either some ribbon or some flagging or flagging tape and marked the phone. And I don't think he touched it. I think he left it right where it was, called SLED, and maybe at that time, maybe they had been communicating, but SLED had blocked off the road at this point, and one of the agents came up and picked the phone up. Okay. And I don't know which agent. Again, I didn't know him.
Did any law enforcement officer ask you if you knew the password?
Yes. So once they and I'll say this. So they did take pictures of it while it was on the ground before they touched it. They picked it up. I think they had gloves on. They picked it up, brought it back to the trunk of the car, and opened it up in power zone. And they then asked, what's the password? And of course, I didn't know it.
Did you find out the password?
I did. I called Alex, and he gave me the password. I repeated it to the agent. They put the password in and said, "It's open."
So Alex provided you the password that you passed to the agents, and it opened the phone? Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. That's correct.
John Marvin, were you aware of a news release that was issued that morning, Tuesday, June 8th, that the public had no need to be alarmed or concerned for their safety?
Yes, sir.
Well, what was your reaction to that?
I mean, it's quite baffling. It still is. 2 people have been killed, and they're telling me that everybody's safe. That tells me that whoever's done this is in jail, and they are 100% positive. Because if they're not in jail, nobody's safe.
Right. Did you go back to the residence at Moselle after finding the phone? Did you go back up to the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did SLED agents come through and search it while you were present?
They did. I don't know how long I'd been back up there, but they came and we kind of talked in the playroom, or I think some have described it as the gun room. Yeah, they talked about that they needed to come in the house and search for things.
And did you escort, I think it was Agent McAllister, throughout the house?
Yes, it was Katie McAllister.
And did she tell you what she was looking for?
Initially, she says, well, the way she presented it was, there were so many people in the house. She said, listen, I don't want to just go barging in and make everybody run out of the house, but I'm going to take my badge off, my gun off, and if you would, just walk me through each room. And, particularly I'm looking for 12-gauge shotgun, guns, and 300 blackout, and the ammunition for those calibers.
And as you're walking through the house with her, it appeared she was looking for other things besides just guns.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could tell she's looking, because she looked in spaces that guns wouldn't fit, so it makes sense that she could be looking for something else.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I understand, but you said spaces. Did she look in the
bathrooms? I opened up up in the upstairs area. There's some cabinets that, a couple of them are pretty small. That, she could find ammunition in there, but I don't know how you would get a gun in there.
Did you search bathrooms?
She did. Well, I took her through every room in the house.
Right.
I mean, every single room.
Did you observe her looking in sinks and toilets and?
You know, so yes, sir. What I observed is like the shower, for example. It's a door. It's not an open shower. She opened the door and she looked around, and she was looking at. She easily would have known there was no gun in it when she opened it, but it was obvious that she was looking a little deeper.
Right. What kind of guns were there at Moselle?
Well, it sounds like the guns of all kinds. Rifles, shotguns. I've seen bow and arrows. I've seen crossbows. Most anything that you would hunt with.
Right. And were guns mostly in the gun room, to your knowledge, when you were over there?
Well, when I went through the house, we identified. I remember one gun in particular that was in the bedroom, a shotgun. I picked it up and said, "You need to take this one." And we looked at it, and it was a 20 gauge. And she said, "No, put that one back." So I put it back. So predominantly all the guns were in the gun room or playroom.
Right. I sort of an aside, briefly. Do you hunt with Alec over the years?
I have.
And did he have a go-to gun, to your knowledge, that he would use?
Not to my knowledge.
When's the last time you ever seen him hunt with a 12 gauge?
I'd say that when he bird hunt, he's either shooting a 20 gauge or a 28. There was a time, and please don't ask me when, but I would say it was a few years prior to this that we were turkey hunting on another piece of property down on the Savannah River, and I know he was hunting with a 12 gauge then, but I don't know whether it was his gun or somebody else's.
Did that gun have a sticker on it? Do you remember?
It did. And
do you remember what the sticker said?
No, I don't remember what the sticker said, but I do remember teasing Alec that when you're turkey hunting, you don't want to be seen, and big sticker on the side of your barrel is kind of like waving a white flag to a turkey.
Did you serve as somewhat of a liaison or the point person with SLED and the family initially?
I don't know that I'd call it a liaison or a point person, but I absolutely I'd become to know Agent David Owens, and I absolutely told David, I said, "Listen, if you need anything from me or anybody and you can't get in touch with them, you reach out to me. I will either see to it that they call you back, I will see to it that you get the answers that you're looking for, or I will put you in touch with the person you're trying to reach." So I did make myself available.
And did Alec give, to your knowledge, carte blanche to law enforcement to search anywhere that they wished?
Oh, he did. In fact, before I was going to just do something, I knew that to be the case, but yes, he confirmed it with me. Anything they needed, anytime they needed it.
And you provided consent to search the house the afternoon on the 8th on his behalf, did you not?
I did. Okay. And I've consented every time they've ever asked.
We'll get to that. Were you ever asked to provide consent or see if you could obtain consent for any law enforcement to search your mom's house where Alec had been the night before?
Say that to me one more time.
Did any law enforcement ask you to consent or obtain consent so that law enforcement could search Alameda, and I'm talking about on the 8th, because Alec had just been there the night before?
Right.
Did anybody ask you, "Hey, can we go search Alameda"?
No one asked anything.
Okay. If asked, would you have obtained consent for law enforcement?
I would have given them consent, and I would have taken them over there just like I did at Alec's house, and I would have helped facilitate the search to show them areas that they may not know about.
Do you remember law enforcement, SLED agents coming to your Greenfield property on June the 10th?
Yes, sir, I do.
And What was that about?
I assume they coordinated it with Alex or Randy. You know what? I'm not sure who they coordinated it with, but yes, my understanding is they were coming to interview me, Randy, Alex, Buster. I think that's it. But they wanted to do interviews with all of us.
Okay. And did everyone congregate there at Greenfield?
Yes, sir. We were at Greenfield. Of course, you know, we're staying there because of all this, and so it keeps me close to Hampton. So, but yes, we all congregated there.
And when the agents arrived, did they come inside and sit down and talk with each other of you, or how did that work?
No, sir. I offered them to come inside. It was, as you can imagine, it was hot. I said come in and, you know, offered them a drink of water, whatever, just being polite. And they said, no, you know, we would like to go ahead and start our interviews.
And where did the interviews take place?
In their cars.
And were they all done it simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
And how many SLED agent cars were out there? Do you remember?
Well, there was one for each person they were interviewing, and I would go ahead and guess that there were probably 2 or 3 more.
Okay. And I'm not sure that we need to actually play this, but have you been in the courtroom and you've heard this audio tape of Alec being interviewed on that June the 10th, where he states something, either I did him so bad or they did him so bad? Have you heard that?
I have.
And you know Alec's voice?
I know his voice very well.
And what is he saying on that tape?
Crystal clear, they did him so bad. I mean,
and had you heard him say that before his interview that day?
You know, I think I heard him say it either the night of or the day after, but I've also heard him say it many times after.
Well before this trial started or anything?
Well before any of this, that's right. When he was staying and living with us, or between my brother and us.
After Maggie and Paul were murdered on that night of June 7th, were you or other family members with Alec for the most part? You know, for that week and the week after that?
You talking about the days following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I was. I made a conscious effort to be with him. I mean, as devastating as it was for me, it was 1,000 times worse for him. So I knew as a brother I needed to be there for him, and I was. You know, of course I didn't sleep with him, but when we were awake, he was. You know, I may not be standing beside him, but we would be in the room together. Or if we needed to go to the gas station, if he wanted dip, I'd ride with him. I just knew I just thought that's what I needed to do.
What was his demeanor that was in the immediate aftermath of these murders?
Oh, Jimmy, that night or days or
that night, the next day, the day after.
Like I just said, he is. When you can use words that he was destroyed. I heard somebody say he was broken. You can use any word you want to use to describe, but I can promise you, words don't do it justice. I would have to create a new word to describe how distraught he was. It's terrible.
And to carry it forward all through the summer, did he? How was he coping afterwards? Say later June and July and going forward.
You know, it's hard to tell. I thought at times I thought he was doing okay. Other times it would just be sheer grief. I mean, just uncontrollably crying and just, of course it makes me cry. As y'all can tell, I'm a pretty emotional guy, but we would cry together. And there's no answers. And there's nothing I could say to make it better other than just hug him.
Did he start losing weight?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely.
Was he eating?
Well,
sleeping?
He was pretty heavy going into this.
Right.
And he lost a good bit of weight. I don't know how many pounds, but it became very obvious in a fairly short period of time he lost weight.
Right. I skipped over something in my outline, and I apologize, but going back on the evening of June 7th, the early morning hours, did folks who were there at Alameda raise questions about perhaps the murder of Maggie and Paul were somehow associated with the
You mean at Moselle?
Yeah, the Moselle. Going back to on the evening of June 7th and June 8th, did folks at Moselle raise issues or associate the potential motive for the murder to be related to the boating accident in some form?
Well, I heard it numerous times that night. I heard it at Moselle, and I actually heard it by, Chief Alexander mentioned it. Once I got over the chaotic part of describing what we were doing, why I needed to get to Moselle, he asked me he's driving in front of me, and he asked me, do you think it's related to the boat accident? And of course, Greg, I don't know. I don't know anything about what's happened.
Were you were aware of the boating accident and Paul's charges?
Yes, sir.
Weren't you aware? And was there a backlash in the community over that?
Well, it was. It was a lot of backlash. I would not say quite as much in the community, but as on social media and media inflamed rumors is the way I would describe it.
Right.
That it was just totally blown out of proportion, and I don't want to downplay the accident, but what they were saying about the stuff about Paul and Alec, it was just totally inflamed.
Okay.
And you asked about the boating accident, so I told y'all that I called Michael Paul, my friend, to make sure I could go to the crime scene the next morning. Well, Michael Paul is one of my best friends, if not my best friend. I called him that night while we were still down at the crime scene, not because he's in law enforcement, not because of anything, because he's my friend. And I actually told him on the phone, I said, MP is what I said, MP, I don't even know why I called you. I just needed to talk to somebody. And we talked and, cried a little bit after I described. He didn't know what had happened, so I told him, and, I cried, and you could tell he was upset. But in that conversation, he asked me also, do you think it could be related to the boating accident?
Objection.
Switching gears a little bit, John Marvin, when talking about visiting at your mom's house, mom and dad's house, there's let's talk. Where do you routinely park, or where do you park sometimes when going over to your mom and dad's house?
Me, you asking where I park?
You and others, in the family.
Well, there's a couple of places you can park, depending on who's there, whether there's other cars there. You can either park at what you call the carport, and there's a big dirt area beside it. You can park there, walk up to the side door, or you can pull around to the back corner, park there. We all use both spots.
I'm going to pull up and look at it on your screen.
As a matter of fact, I told you it's my mom's birthday. I went there yesterday. I pulled right into the back of the house, but I didn't turn around. I circled the house. Okay. So there's.
So I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 524. It's in evidence, Doug, and go to slide 38. And this is the GPS OnStar data. And Doug, if you'll blow up around the house, please, sir. Thank you. Mr. Murdaugh, this is your mom's house, and this is GPS data from the night of June the 7th. Do you see that the red line there?
Yeah, it's pretty blurry on my screen. I don't know about y'all's.
Well, you want back it out a little bit, Doug? All right, just that better?
Well, yes, it's still blurry, but I can see.
Where is that in relation to your mom's house?
You're talking about the, right there where the arrow's pointing?
Yes, sir.
That is at the back corner of the house.
Okay.
That would be exactly where I parked yesterday.
All right. And if you'll pull up, Doug, Exhibit 136. And this will be Defendant's Exhibit 136 in evidence. And tell me where that is?
That's the same area. That's what I'm talking about.
Is that the same area that we just saw on the last exhibit with the red dots?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Generally speaking, I mean, it's such a wide open area, so when you pull up, you're not like pulling into the exact same spot each time to where you're creating a road or whatnot. It's just a nice grassy area. You pull up, go up to the back door, and you're right there at the back of the house.
And why do you go to the back of the house?
That's when my dad was alive. There's a little breakfast room there with a recliner in it. He was either in that recliner, at the table eating, in the bed, or not at home. I mean, that literally was his.
Right. So Doug, if you pull up Defendant's 135.
So everything's at the back of the house.
Right.
I mean, it's just they don't use this. It's a large home, and they just don't. You know, as old as they are. Well, my mom can't get out of bed, but as old as they are, they don't go to the front.
I'm sorry, just skip that. 131, Defendant's 131 in evidence, please. Again, is this sort of the same area, photographed from a different direction?
Yes, sir.
Now, what's that structure that we see in the background past that big oak tree?
That was my dad's cookhouse, or man cave, as some people would call it. That's
Okay.
yeah.
And how far is that from the house, roughly?
You know, I would guess 60 to 80 yards.
Okay. And that's and is it open around there? I mean, from the photo, is that accurate?
Oh, it's absolutely.
All right.
That whole area is a grassy area with oak trees and pecan trees.
So, Marvin, I want to go to Labor Day weekend of 2021. Where were you that weekend? Do you remember?
Labor Day weekend 21.
When Alec went to the hospital?
Okay, yeah, yes. So I'd been out west fishing, and I came in on Saturday night.
And did you, prior to Labor Day weekend 2021, were you aware as to whether or not Alec had a opioid addiction?
No, sir.
Did you transport Alec, drive Alec from the hospital in Savannah to a detox facility in Atlanta on that weekend, or?
Well, I believe it would have been on that Monday. I was not driving. Randy and I took him. Randy was driving, and I was in the back. But yes, sir, we did take him to a detox facility.
And where was the facility located?
Just outside of Atlanta.
Okay. And what was? Can you describe for the jury Alec's condition, like physical condition in the car?
Yes, sir. So when I met Randy over in Savannah, he had Alec, and I got in the car or Randy's truck with him. I'd never seen anything like it. I've seen television shows of talking about the leg twitching and the squirminess, if you will, and that's the first thing. I mean, you could just tell he was sweating. He was thrashing about. You know, Jim,
Did he turn
I don't know
around?
how much detail you want me to go into.
What, did he turn around in the seat of the car, and what was he doing?
Yeah, so maybe halfway there, at one point, he had taken his seatbelt off, and he had his head down where your fanny would be in the seat, and is trying to stretch his legs and just kind of steady, just like thrashing them and kicking them. It's just, again, I've seen TV, but I've never seen something like this in real life.
And was he able to control himself?
No, sir. I said about detail. So he messed himself. He had diarrhea. He just couldn't control it.
And then,
and I say diarrhea, I'm not talking about at a restroom. I'm talking about in the car in his pants.
okay. And after he spent some time in the facility in Atlanta, did you and your brother go pick him up and take him to another facility in Orlando, Florida?
Yes, sir, we did.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I did.
On the drive to Orlando, do you remember anything happened that stands out to you?
You know, so that drive, he was much different. He was more subdued. It was not the thrashiness, not the twitching, not the jerkiness, if you will. I don't know the words that you would use for that, but that's what I'm saying. The only thing that really stood out for me is he slept a lot of the time, but he woke up from sleeping, and when he woke up, I mean, he jerked forward, and you could just tell that. I mean, it was sheer terror. He just woke up out of a horrible dream, and I believe it was him dreaming about what he found with Paul and Maggie.
Keep going a little further, Mr. Murdaugh. And sometime in September, did SLED actually come and search the house at Alameda?
Yes, sir.
And were you present?
I was.
Okay, were you informed as to what items were seized during that search?
I was informed of one item that was seized.
And what item was that?
It was described as a coat.
What kind of coat?
Well, they didn't tell me what kind of coat.
Okay. And did they tell you where the coat was found?
Yes, sir. So I would assume that the searching of the house, all that was winding down. So Agent David Owens and I believe Randy was outside near us, but he may have been talking to somebody else. I'm not sure. May have been talking to another agent. I'm not sure. But David Owens, or Agent Owens, came up to me and said, we found a coat back on the property. Do you know anything about it? And I said, well, David, I said, if you found it back on the property, I said, it's a large piece of property, some 400-something acres. I said, my dad rides this Kubota side by side. It's probably his. And I said, and if you show it to me, I can try to identify it. And of course, he said he couldn't show it to him or wouldn't show it to me. I'm not sure what it was.
Were you sometime later asked to view a photo of a blue raincoat?
I was. Well, I was asked to view a raincoat and listen to an audio tape.
Of the kennel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the blue raincoat, were you informed where it was seized from?
Well, I knew where it was seized from because he had already told me. But I was, this instance, I was told that they wanted us to, or when I say us, they asked Randy, Lynn, and I to go view the coat and the tape. At this point, I knew where it had been recovered, but they said, we want you to view a coat that had been recovered out of a closet.
And was that different from what you were led to believe when you...
Oh, absolutely.
Had you ever... Did they ever anybody provide an explanation about why you were giving two different locations where a coat was found?
To this day, no one's told me that.
The photo of the coat that they showed you, had you ever seen that raincoat before?
No, sir.
And was it the blue raincoat that
Well, it certainly looked similar to the one, I saw a picture, I didn't see the coat itself, but it certainly looked to be similar or the same.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you recognize what closet it came out of from photos during this trial?
Well, I saw that, and I think I know what closet they're referring to.
Well,
There's only
let me
two,
ask you,
I'm sorry.
The closet as you go up on the first flight of stairs before you go at the landing, right there, what's kept there?
Clothing, not everyday clothing that's more or less in storage, junk.
Right.
You know, it's not a club. It's not a. First of all, my dad wouldn't climb stairs even if he could, but he couldn't.
Right. There's some testimony that there's GSR on that raincoat. Got any idea how there could be GSR on clothing in your dad's closet at Alameda?
Objection.
No, I.
Sustained.
Did your dad carry guns around with him?
No, not in the sense that you're saying. So he was not like Paul that always had guns with him. You know, he would keep a gun if he went dove hunting, for example, and he went on one dove hunt. That gun may ride with him for 2 months. He just would stay. He just would. Same with golf clubs. If he went back when he would play golf, he just
During
a bunch of junk in his truck.
During hunting season, was there normally a gun in the back seat?
During hunting season, I would say that there usually would be.
And did he
In
have?
fact, during hunting season, because he always hunt. He always loved to go on a bird hunt.
And did he have a specific gun that he used frequently?
Oh, he had one gun.
And did that gun have a name?
It did. It was called Bo Whoop.
And did he clean it often?
I've never seen him clean it. He got that gun in 1957 for his high school graduation, and he used it for every game that he chased. But I'm sure it got cleaned somewhere along the way, but I'd never seen him clean it, and I still haven't seen him clean it.
Got it.
I don't know how the thing still works.
Along the way, have you been receiving updates from SLED on their investigation in the Maggie and Paul's murder?
Usually when I call, I would call Agent Owens and ask for updates, and he would try to provide some updates. It almost always seemed like there was stuff that he really, I don't know. I don't know whether he didn't know or just it wasn't at liberty to say at the time. I'm not sure. But yeah, he would. I think he would try to give updates as best as possible.
And would you provide information on evidence that they had against your brother?
I have been, yes, sir.
Has
Some of it.
and some of the information that you've been provided turned out not to be accurate information?
Yes, sir.
What type information?
Well, I was told at one point that there was a T-shirt that he was wearing, and can I back up and tell you how we got into this conversation?
Sure.
So I'm having a meeting with SLED.
Yes, sir. The nature of the drug.
Calls for your second.
Statement of an opponent, Your Honor, agent of. It's a statement of a party opponent.
Party opponent.
Agent of the party opponent. It's a SLED
Agent
agent.
of the
Yes, sir.
party opponent.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have you take a break now. Please do not discuss the case. All right. Everybody be seated. Hear this objection again.
Stays objecting, calls for hearsay.
Right. And your response to the Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just a moment, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Conrad's response to Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, I think his argument was it's an admission by a party opponent. And I don't think we're talking about
Party opponent.
right. And the subsection 801D2, I think, is what we're referencing, and it talks about admission by a party opponent. It doesn't necessarily talk about the statement. And I think what we're getting into are some statements by particular law enforcement officers who've already been on the stand. And I don't think those are admissions to any issue that's of relevance in this case.
Mr. Griffin?
Your Honor, directly relevant. The statements relate to evidence that they've told the family they have against Mr. Murdaugh.
Directly relevant?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the objection not based on relevance.
Well, I thought that's what. So a statement of a party opponent is non-hearsay under the definition of hearsay. Your Honor, I don't have the rule in front of me, but under
The state of South Carolina is a party opponent in this case?
and SLED is the investigative agency. Yes, sir. If otherwise, the rule would not apply in a criminal case. I mean, it has to be the investigative agency. I'm not asking for Colleton County statements or it's the.
No, you've gotten those in already. The newspaper statements, Colleton County's call to the newspaper or whatever.
Yes, sir.
What else, Mr. Conrad?
I'd also object for the relevance as well, Your Honor, because the state has not offered the shirt in evidence, and the defense is attempting to kind of backdoor here, and it simply doesn't go to any issue, anything that's issued in this trial.
He's already testified to the shirt.
Well, to the shirt, but he's trying to get evidence, and maybe we need to proffer it to see exactly what he would say, but my assumption was that he was going to start talking about a report by Mr. Bevel, which we've talked about several times in this case, and I'd object to the relevance and to, particularly with Mr. Murdaugh bringing it up.
All right. Well, tell me again what you're asking the witness. Or
yes,
proffer it to the witness. Yes.
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 So, Mr. Murdaugh, what information were you provided by was it a SLED agent that provided you the information?
Yes, sir.
You were asking him about Agent Owens. He's a SLED agent. Yes.
And what information were you provided that leading up to this that turns out to be inaccurate?
Right, and it was okay for me to speak for you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So what I was asking, I was saying I wanted to back up to get to where I was getting this information. So I'd been called to SLED, not headquarters, but their office in Waldoboro to view the Blue Coat and to listen to an audio. After my interview with them, Captain Ryan Neal, I believe we were in his office, is the one that, and I'm going to use my terminology here, but described the white T-shirt covered in blood, even went so far as to describe that Alec took the bottom of it and wiped his face with it, and that's how they knew he was involved. That's how they knew he was there. And I don't know where the question goes after
Can I
that.
ask you a question, or are you trying to dig more out of him?
That's it.
And what's your objection?
I renew my objection to the relevance. Nothing has been put. This jury hasn't heard any evidence about any blood being on this T-shirt, and and the state has not offered any reports to suggest as such.
The objection is overruled. We're going to take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Giving You bring the jury. All right, thank you. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Murdaugh. When we broke, the question on the table was about a conversation that you had with a SLED agent regarding some matter of evidence. Can you provide your answer, please, sir?
Yes. So, as I was about to say, what led me to this conversation was that SLED asked my brother, my sister, and I to come over to identify or attempt to identify a coat and a recording. And we did that. And so I did my interview with them. And then after the interview, we went into Captain Ryan Neal's, I think he's captain, but Agent Ryan Neal's office at the same SLED office. And in that office, or in his office, we were all in there. They made reference to the shirt that they said Alec was wearing. They told us that it was covered in blood. They went so far as to tell me on the police body cam that he takes his shirt and wipes his face, and that's how they knew that Alec was at the scene, that he was the one.
So, Marvin, just finishing up, what was Alec's relationship with Maggie and Paul's parents? Grandma and Papa T, as we've heard.
Grandma and Papa T, that's great. They had a great relationship. Alec and Papa T played golf together regularly. I mean, it's just a really good father-in-law, son-in-law relationship, and mother-in-law.
And have you?
They would travel together, vacation together with different places.
And have you stayed in contact with them as best you could?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We communicate.
And just
now,
briefly,
Papa T has taken ill and is homebound now.
I was going to ask you.
He's had a stroke and is basically homebound.
Okay.
And Miss Kennedy stays at home and takes care of him. But they are wonderful people. Let me just go a little bit further. Wonderful people in and of themselves, but their relationship was absolutely great.
Jamar, I want to go back to that morning of June the 8th when you were down at the kennel cleaning up. Do you remember making a promise that morning?
Well, Jim, as I've told y'all, that y'all know what I saw, y'all know what I was doing. It was difficult. It was nearly impossible. In my mind and out loud, I told Paul I loved him. I told him, I don't know, I loved him, and I promised him that I'd find out who did this to him. You just don't know what to do, but It was tough.
And you promised him you would find out who did this to him.
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you found out?
I have not.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murdaugh.
Good afternoon.
I think you'd agree with me that no matter which way you cut it, your family suffered a great tragedy, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
And
Including the death of my dad and the sickness of my mom. I mean, it's tough.
And I'm sorry you and your family's been through this.
Well, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I think you testified a little while ago about the cooperation you and particularly your brother provided SLED. Is that correct?
Did I provide cooperation with SLED?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge,
I have and will continue to.
and to your knowledge, your brother was providing cooperation to SLED as well, correct?
I believe everyone in my family was. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And would you consider that cooperation full cooperation? Not only for yourself, but your brother as well, from what you have observed?
I mean, to me, full cooperation. Yeah, I mean, it's wide open. You tell us what you need from me, and I'll provide it. And I told him I would provide it.
And from what you've observed, your brother was providing the same full cooperation as well, correct?
Yeah. So I believe any time that they ask to search something, anytime they ask to do something, they ask for information. It typically came to me, and yes, I would provide it.
Okay. I'm asking about your brother right now. I understand you have. But to your knowledge, did your brother provide full cooperation? Or did he tell you he was providing full cooperation?
Well, he didn't tell me, but
Okay.
but it appeared to be obvious that by him giving them access to anything they asked for, that he was.
Okay. So when did you first learn that your brother was down at the kennels just before the murders? 2 days ago with the rest of us?
No. So obviously I went for an interview with SLED, the one I told you about, where we talked about the shirt, talked about the blood, all that. That was the reason for me being there, was to hear that audio. And I saw the kennel, and of course at that point I heard his voice, and I knew that was him.
Okay. You knew that was him when you saw that video, correct?
That's correct.
Or listened to the video.
When I listened to it.
All right. And do you recall the date of that interview when you first listened to that video?
I do not.
All right. Would you disagree with me if I said it was August 12th of 2022?
I have no way to agree or disagree.
Or at least during the month of August of 2022?
Again, I'm sure they have my interview recorded for that date, but
all right. Before August of 2022, at that interview, when you heard your brother's voice at the kennels, had he ever told you that he was down there just prior to the murders?
no, sir.
Did he ever tell you that afterwards, after you listened to that video?
No, sir. And I'm trying to think if we've been able to have an opportunity to even speak.
Okay. All right. So you'd agree that if he had not told SLED that was not full cooperation, correct? If he had not told SLED that he was at the kennels just before the murders, he had not actually been fully cooperative.
What's your question?
Would you agree that that is not full cooperation?
By him not telling SLED that he was at the kennel,
Correct.
I would say that yes, he lied.
Okay. All right. So I don't want to go through the whole kind of vehicle shell game that we talked about earlier. It's confusing, probably to me most of all. But let's just focus on. So what was Paul's normal daily driver? What vehicle did he drive on a daily basis?
On a normal basis, he drove a white F-150 Platinum.
Okay.
And let me confuse you a little bit more,
Okay.
as I drive the identical truck.
Okay. All right. So you testified that Paul's F-150 Platinum was at Jimmy Butler's over the weekend, correct?
It was being worked on at Jimmy Butler's. That's correct.
And then Monday there's a series of car swaps. I don't want to go through them, but at the end of the day, you end up in the F-250 farm truck, correct?
That's correct.
And Paul ends up in your F-150 Platinum.
Ultimately, he does. He drives from mom's car back to Alameda and gets
I know
my
there's
truck.
several swaps.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I'm just kind of talking at the end of the day. And he drove your F-150 back to Moselle, that night, correct?
To Moselle, yes, sir.
And you testified that you came over later that night after Alex had called you about the murders, correct?
That's correct.
Where was your truck parked when you first got there? And we'll talk about how you got there in a minute, but where was Paul's truck parked?
Well, so first of all, that night.
Your truck, I'm sorry.
That's right. I know what you're saying. So when I got there, we didn't go anywhere near the house. I went straight to where everything was happening.
Okay.
As we went to the house later that night, I saw my truck. So it's probably 4 in the morning, whatever time we were, 3 or 4 in the morning. It was parked in front of the house, normally where you would park cars.
Okay. So just kind of out straight out the front door?
That's correct.
And the keys that Paul had been using, do you recall were they left in the truck or have any recollection of where those keys might have ended up?
Well, they were sitting in the ignition. I mean,
Okay.
same place I always leave them,
Okay.
because I drove it to Alameda that night.
All right. And meanwhile, you were in that F-250 farm truck, right?
For a short period of time.
And that, refresh my memory, is that white as well, or is that a
It's white as well, yes, sir.
and it's broke down on you on the way to Moselle, correct?
That is correct, on
And you
Highway
left-
63.
All right. And you left it on the side of the road, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I think, did you call Chief Alexander at that point, or?
Well, we were riding, we were driving separate cars, but together.
Okay.
And so at that point, he had gotten in front of me, and I had to call him to tell him to turn around.
Okay. And he came back and picked you up?
Came back, and I jumped in his car.
You
Or
left the
truck
truck
or
there.
whatever. It was Suburban.
I'm sorry, I'm trying not to talk over you, my apologies. And you left the F-250 there on the side of the road?
I did.
Okay. All right. And rode with Chief Alexander to the property?
That's correct.
Were you aware that your brother Alex had loaned Chief Alexander money at several points over the past couple of years?
I was not.
All right. And you testified that you learned of your brother's opioid addiction the weekend of Labor Day of 2021. Is that correct?
Well, that's when it started coming out, yes, sir.
Okay. So did you have any idea that he had a opioid or drug problem prior to that?
Prior to that, I did not.
Okay. So from your observations of him on a daily basis, he seemed to be sober at most times, or not under the influence of any? Did you ever observe him under the?
Well, keep in mind now, so again, I'm not a lawyer in the firm. I live in Beaufort, so I don't see him daily.
Okay.
But our encounters usually would be during non-working hours.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, yes, I had no reason to think he was on pills.
Okay. All right. He's able to function pretty normally on a daily basis, to your observations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about the morning of June 8th. You said that you were the first person over to the house at Moselle that morning. Did I understand that
That's
correctly?
correct.
And you're the first person inside the house at that point?
That's correct.
And so do you recall when Blanca Simpson got there?
I don't. What I can tell you is I was the last to leave the house and the first to come back in.
Okay. So she would have gotten there some point after you?
Yes, sir.
That morning,
And I've heard in testimony that instead of going to Moselle, she went to Alameda.
But when she came to Moselle, it would have been after you, correct?
I think the other folks were there as well. Yeah, but well after me.
Well, okay. And you testified about being in that, I guess some folks call it the gun room, when SLED came in and started looking at some of those guns in the gun room, correct?
That's correct. Well, I wasn't in the gun room. I was in the main part of the house.
Okay. Did you ever go into the gun room while SLED was in
I
there?
did.
Okay. Because I think there's a video and evidence, and we're not going to go dig it up, but of SLED with body camera footage, and I think you do appear a bit.
I think so. I think probably what best recollection I have is I was in the main part of the house with Alec and family, and someone came and told me they were there and that they wanted to look around.
Okay.
And of course, I went to make sure that they had full access.
When you were in there, do you recall who was in there with you, other than the SLED agents? Because there were several other people, correct?
Well, I don't recall. Without seeing the video, I saw the video. I saw Mark Ball. I saw Lee Cope. I saw the Agent McAllister. But I don't think I would have remembered that.
Okay. But there are several attorneys in there, though, at a minimum, correct?
Friends and attorneys. Friends. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Was Chris Wilson in there at that time? Do you
You know,
recall?
I don't remember. I don't have any recollection of him being there.
Okay. All right, and then let's go to June 10th when Slade came over to, I believe it was Greenfield where they came?
That's correct.
To interview. It was you, Buster, Randy, Alex. I guess that's 4, right? Is that all who were interviewed that day to your recollection?
Randy, me, Alec, and Buster. That's correct.
Okay. I think you testified that they didn't want to come inside. Is that what you testified to?
Well, I don't think they didn't not want to come inside because of any particular reason. I just think they wanted to get about their business.
So you don't recall?
I offered for them. I offered to come in, use the restroom, anything of that nature, drink water, anything like that. But they did not.
You don't recall Lieutenant Gint coming in and introduce himself?
Inside the lodge? I do not.
Okay. All right. And you've either been interviewed or sat in several interviews by SLED over the last few years, correct?
I've been in a few, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to October 12th of 2010. Let me make sure I have that date correct. Or excuse me, not 2010. That would have been 2021. And I believe SLED came to your house that day. Do you recall that?
I do recall SLED coming to my house.
Okay.
I can't tell you that's the date, but they certainly came.
This would have been the day that they interviewed both Buster and your wife that day. Does that help you out?
It does. I remember them coming. It
Okay.
was Agent Croft and I believe Agent Ryan Kelly.
Okay. And you sat into both those interviews, correct, with both Buster and your wife?
Well, I think the interview with one was an interview for Buster,
Okay.
and one was an interview with me and my wife.
Okay. All right. So you
That's the way I thought it was.
Okay.
I didn't think it was 3 interviews.
All right. And do you recall during that October 12th interview the subject of this blue jacket coming up with Buster? Specifically, I'm talking about the one with Buster.
The conversation at my house,
Yes.
I do not recall it coming up.
So you don't recall SLED bringing up, asking Buster about a blue jacket on October 12th of 2020?
I do not recall that.
So you don't recall his response?
I don't recall him bringing up a jacket.
Okay. Do you recall Buster responding that he did not recognize the blue jacket that was presented to him?
I don't recall a blue jacket being discussed.
Okay. And I think you also looked at it, and you don't recall.
They did not show me a blue jacket. There was no blue jacket discussion in that interview, to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's see. When big courts are doing this. Do you recall Buster's response in that interview to being asked if that could be Randolph's jacket, to him saying if it's over $15, no, it wasn't?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay what Buster said. He's asking to recall what Buster said.
I sustain the objection.
And then you agreed with what Buster said right afterwards. You don't recall that?
No, Mr. Conner. What I'm telling you is I don't recall any discussions of a blue jacket in that interview. I just don't recall that. I don't. So you asking me that, I'm just telling you I don't know of any discussions about a jacket in that interview.
Okay. All right. You testified about driving up to rehab, I think that Monday after Labor Day, or excuse me, detox, correct? With
It
your
was
brother.
detox, that's correct.
And you said your brother kind of woke up startling as if from a dream. Is that what you testified to?
No, sir.
Okay.
I said that when I was driving, or Randy and I were driving him from detox to the rehab facility down, and that was down in Orlando, Florida,
Okay.
is when that happened.
All right. And you said, and again, I want to make this as clear as we can. You said you thought that he was waking up in response to a dream about the night of June 7th. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
That is the way that's what it appeared to be to me. And that's, of course, I can't tell you what he was dreaming, but that's certainly what it appeared to me.
So you're not saying that because he said that, right?
That's right. He didn't wake up and say that. It was just such a startling, just the way he woke up out of his sleep. It was just so startling. It was fear. And it took him several seconds to realize that whatever he just saw was not real, or he was not living it.
Okay. You testified about the day of June 7th and the taking your dad to the hospital, him getting admitted, correct?
I did.
And that you and your brother Randy were sending out multiple group texts about your dad's status. Is that correct?
Well, I sent a text, and I believe Randy sent one as well.
Okay. And
along with phone calls. I know Randy and I discussed it on the phone as well.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, and you said that June 7th was actually kind of a hopeful day. Is that based off of what the doctors were saying?
Well, yes, based on all the bad news that he's been receiving, it was one little piece of hope that, certainly if the doctor would have said at that point, you're going home on hospice tomorrow, it would have been, that would be the worst case. But him saying that there was hope, that it was pneumonia and not the cancer, that there was some breathing treatments that may help, it gave us some hope.
And you sent out at least one group text with this information, correct, to your family members, right?
I know I sent one. I could have sent another, but I know there was one.
Okay. And do you recall if your brother was included in that? Alex, specifically, was included?
I saw the record showing it, and so yes, I believe it was my family, and I think it was just our family, actually.
And so there was hope, at least on the afternoon of June 7th, that your dad who had pneumonia, which could potentially be treated, and there was a little bit of hope about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if your brother had told Janine Seckinger during that day that your dad was taking a major turn to the worse, that would not be truthful, correct?
That would be correct. And the testimony I heard is he didn't say that.
He didn't say what?
He didn't say it was terminal or dire or whatever you're saying.
Are you based off of Alex's testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if Janine Seckinger...
well, I can tell you this. If somebody said that day that it was terminal, one of two people was wrong, or both.
Okay. All right. So if Janine Seckinger was told that...
If Jeannie Seckinger said that, she was wrong.
Well, were you present for any conversations between your brother and Janine Seckinger on June 7th?
I wasn't.
One last thing, Mr. Murdaugh. Would you say that the Murdaugh name and legacy is something that's important to you and your brothers?
Yes, I think any family's name and legacy is important to them. Do I think my family's name is more important than yours or any of y'all's? No, I don't.
Okay. But it's important to your brother as well, correct?
I think he would feel the exact same way as what I just said, that all families are important.
Okay. No problem. No.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Defense refs, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the defense's case. And we will excuse you for this day and have you come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. If everyone will be seated. The defense is rested. Any matters of law at this time?
Your Honor, defense would just renew our motion for directed verdict on the grounds previously argued at the close of the state's case.
Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, we would rely on our arguments previously made that the motion should be denied. Be happy to answer any specific issues Your Honor may have, but I would rely on our previous arguments.
All right. The motion is denied based on all the reasons stated at the close of the state's case. Now, with regard to reply, what do you have, Mr. Waters?
Yes, sir. We have maybe 4 witnesses, maybe 5 at this point in time. I'm hopeful that we could accomplish that in a day. Obviously, as is the nature of reply, we will, assess that tonight. But right now, I have 4 definite witnesses and perhaps a 5th that, as it stands right now, that we would have. I don't think many of them, except for one, would be very lengthy. And by lengthy, I don't mean exceptionally so.
Any comment, Mr. Harpootlian or Mr.
Your Honor, I'm no way critical of Mr. Waters, but his estimate of time has been a little mushy, I think is a good way to put it. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying this was going to be a 3-week trial, and now it's a 6-week trial. Mushy, I think is a good way to put it. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying this was going to be a 3-week trial, and now it's a 6-week trial. I'm just a little skeptical that we'll get it all done tomorrow. I'm just saying I'll be happy, I'll be ecstatic if it happens, but for planning purposes, perhaps maybe midday Wednesday would be a better. Pardon me? Oh, and somewhere in this process, Your Honor's indicated you'd allow the jury to visit the site.
At the close of the reply.
Okay, so we're at, I guess, Mr. Waters' mercy.
Mr. Waters, are these witnesses who you anticipate will contradict issues presented by the defense or address the credibility of matters raised by the defense?
It will be focused on issues that were raised during the defense case, yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Well, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.